Whew, man, that intro really cut out there. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're gonna continue with the hand stuff. Whew. First of all, I realized that since I've added the ability to turn on and off the radio decoder, the takeout animation is no longer, well, it's not actually turning on the decoder when we take it out. So what we're gonna do is, well, take care of that. Get the radio decoder up and running. Creepy interactive. It says, hey. I think that's it's Zoltan. Oh boy. Rebranding. All right. So we've got what is it? Item takeout. Right. So whoa. Oh yeah. That's fairly simple. Right. So we're gonna make it so that we turn on the radio. Oh yeah, we still have influence over there. Look at this shit. Okay. It does need to be here, and I gotta make sure I don't clear inverse because I think that's gonna mess up the other animation. So we're just gonna position this here. Oh, it's still got distance. Right. I think I need to place them before. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that works. Okay. So let's just get the major movement first. So it comes up. I like that actually. And make a record of it. And then we're gonna take a pause here. Maybe right here, actually. So it comes up, turn on, and then go there. Okay. Now, need to figure out this thing. Fried chicken hands. Not yet. Okay. Okay, we're gonna see about forming a fist here. I almost feel like there should be an extra bone in the arm for like the palm collapse. What the agenda for today is, well, to get the animation for breaking open a locked cabinet. Right now, it's really stupid. It's really janky and it's really simple. You just take out the crowbar in your hand, you know, before we had hands, and then you just look at the cabinet, click, and then wiggle the mouse around, and then eventually the cabinet will break open. Now we have a supply cabinet and we have a propane tank storage, which both can technically be opened. So what I'm gonna see about doing is getting an animation of the hands with the crowbar, trying to pry it open, and yeah, see if we can get that to work, to look good. And here I'm just trying to get the turn on animation, since we made it so that the radio can be turned on and off, and we have the initial inspection animation where you can see the switch being flipped, but every time the radio is taken out, it has to be off. Animated in Blender? Yeah, I'm animated in Blender. It is kind of what Blender's for. There's no need for external applications. Okay. And I think at this point, we should ease up on the influence here. Oh, that's not the right influence. It's this one. Of course, it's going to make it fly somewhere. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. Kind of expected it to fly off the side of the screen. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Well, before we can do that, I suppose we need to make sure that we have a keyframe here. It's weird how you can't do like Control L to unselect linked. Okay, I think we'll just expand it this way. Drop it down. I think I might want to make it go to the left. Whoops. To the left a little bit more. Okay, cool. Rewrote the shaders in the game from scratch because it was glitching out some devices. Oh, fun. What was the issue in the shader that was making it glitch out? Okay, there we go. I can give it a little bit of a just a touch of pull there. Like this. And then just go like boop. And then for the rotation, I'm actually going to delay the rotation of the wrist. You should be able to do it like this. I don't think I need this frame. You sure? Why does this remind me of the really like overly animated hands of, oh god, what is it? Pixar characters, I guess. There's a particular game that I can't quite recall, but it had really like really exaggerated motions. It looks like I'm about to accept payment. Debit or credit, sir? Sir, debit or credit? Come on, I ain't got time all day. Okay. Cool. You know what? I'll leave it as it is. I think that's fine. Dreadtail, the evil cashier. Okay. Nice. So there's a little tiny pause right as it's being taken out and before it's flipped. And I think that pause really helps with giving you just a split second to catch on what just happened and make the flick be a little bit more legible. There we go. I just hope this looks as good in the game. Okay, well, this was like what, 13 minutes? Not bad. As long as it works. Right. Cool. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is export. I have a shortcut for it. GLTF. Engine. Models. Player. Hand rig. Godot export. Bam. Oh no. I forgot to deselect the machine. Oh god. Let's do that one more time. Just gonna write a message. Okay, cool. So that's done. Save that up. And let's get back here. Okay, this should technically already get picked up right from the get-go. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, yeah, and we did add that array to keep track of which takeout animations have already been played. We're gonna have to make sure that we back that up. Okay, perfect. Nice. Okay, that works, and then we can do that. This dip in that animation looks a little awkward. Probably gonna have to get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so we know now that we have a takeout animation that involves flicking on the switch. So we're gonna need to make sure that the device actually turns on, which is done in code. How do we do that? So we need to add, okay, here we go. So this is the rig. We need to find our, what is it? Item takeout radio locator. We're gonna save the file, keep custom tracks, and then we're gonna save this to armature animations, player, and then this is item takeout radio locator. Okay, so now that we've done this, we should be able to make customizations to that animation. There we go. Had to change in Godot quite a bit. Interesting. Fascinating stuff. Okay, let's get in here. So we've got hand test. Nope. We need item takeout radio locator. And then right when we flick open or turn it on, there we go. Cool. Except where's my oh, I forgot. Right. We need to click re-import after we do this. Item takeout radio locator. Dang it. Forgot to save it. That's not good. Player. Let's try that again. So item takeout radio locator. There we go. So now that we've done that, if we go back here, item takeout radio locator, we can now add tracks to it. And we're going to add a method call track player, and then we're going to go down here. And then this is toggle radio. Okay, I'm just going to uncheck snap somewhere around here. And then we know that this is a toggle function. It accepts a boolean. We're going to send it true. I think that's it. That should turn it on. Man, I gotta say, this little nugget of information for adding custom tracks is giving me so much hope for Atomicon and the custom animations. I'll have to fix up the thumb phasing through the button there. That's okay. Nice! Yes! Dude, this is awesome. And then we take away, and then we do this. Nice. Man, I love it. I love this engine. Okay, and this means we can now interact with the buttons. Oh yeah, if you haven't already, check the sound work. Nice. Okay. So that's done. This means that Noah and I can take care of the various additional stems that we couldn't, because we couldn't interact with the whole thing. Oh, cool. All right. So now let's take a look at making a different animation. This would be, let's see, let's go to idle or reset, I suppose. And this is going to be the crowbar. Now, what do we need to do here? Two crowbar. I'm going to import the, I think the crowbar that we have is a basic OBJ. Let's go to engine. I'll just do the final one. Item. It's a makeshift pry tool. There we go. Woo! This thing is huge. God damn. Okay. That's fine. Man, it is mighty windy today. Really, really perfect game dev weather. Okay. Let's get... What do we need? We need a constraint. We're gonna make child of the... Actually, location, rotation, scale. I think I used remote transform before. But let's see what happens if I do child of. And then bone, item, wrist item. Okay. Not bad. Now, this means I can actually uncheck scale. So if this thing seems too big, well, that's not a big deal. Actually, I think I need to set inverse. No? Clear inverse. That bone technically should be along the object, unless the orientation of this prop isn't quite right. Let's see. I have two radios here. I'm just going to use this one for the test. Instead of copy transform, let's do child of. Hold on, before I do that, it's going along the bone. Cool. So we'll do child of this bone, the item. Yeah, what the heck? I guess the radio transmitter wasn't correctly well, it was designed in one orientation and this crowbar is in another one, but I don't think that should really matter. That is okay. We don't need that. Oof. Don't need that. Okay. All right. I think that should be fine. It's designed the way it's been designed. But the scale, however, does have to change. Right now it's 111. I think it's got to be like this. 0.6. Scale 0. 0.6. It's not as big of a pry tool as I thought it would be. But that's kind of the plight of designing something and then changing the way you want to go about handling items, which means in this case adding hand armatures, and then realizing that the size doesn't quite seem to match. But I think that's fine. We can work with it. It's a tiny one. It's a tiny one. Okay. Just double checking something. Need to clear some room on my recording hard drive. Okay. Cool. So, I suppose what we need to do is get a reference on the object. So let's see if we can get our OBJ files in. What do we need? We need the cabinet. Now, do we have the cabinet in the furniture or do we have it in a new location? NPCs, items, locations, props. Okay. And this would be bunker generic. Security door. It would have been exported as several objects. Storage. Battery. I do not remember. Let me double check. It's this guy. Yeah, so it's just 3 separate objects. Storage cabinet. This is stored in props office storage cabinet OBJ. Office storage cabinet storage. Hey, nice. Just gonna import both of these. Cool. Oh, it's in local access. There we go. Okay. As long as we get some sort of a reference, frame of reference to this, I'm just gonna join these together. We're gonna have to set the center point. Okay, let's let's switch back to like global axis. Nice. I don't need this. That's fine. So this is going to be a tricky one because this would be the first time we have an animation that takes place in like physical space. There we go. Yeah, dude, I'm all about clickbait. I puts his Godotsis in my titles. But I work in Unity. Okay. I gotta get this up and running. Let me save. Yeah, and we'll have to consider the fact that it is a scripted animation, but it's also an interactable one, which means I might have to add a state machine to the player. And most of the behaviors in the player would be under like generic state. And then anytime we have anything like custom, I'd have to put the player into a separate state and execute whatever interactions from there. Because otherwise we're gonna have like a bajillion variables like in prying animation, in scripted animation, in knockout animation, in explosion, right? It's too much. So at that point, if we have so many different states, quote unquote, the player's going to be in, we might as well just have it be a state machine. And also, because we're going to be doing this in world space, we're going to have to make sure that the hands are rendered in the level. So we'll have to do some switcheroos here. Make the hands switch back to the primary display layer. And the item as well. Okay, well, you know, it's part of the gig. If wanna make it look good. Okay, how are we gonna hold this? Like I gotta hold this in a way. Like I'm pretty sure this is the one that actually wiggles open. So we know we have a bend in here. So we'd have to wedge it in and then push on it to open it, which isn't exactly the best. Unless I just modify it a little bit. Even if I modify it, we still have to wedge it in and push on the bar to pry it open. It'd be nice if I could pull it. But I don't think there's a mechanical lever that you can wedge this thing in to make it the pullable thing. Unless we wedge it in the handle and pull on the handle to break it open. Yeah, that could work. You know, pull on a handle. It's not the best, but beats the rest. Cellular modular. Okay. So let's get... How are we going to handle this? We could handle this from within one single animation. But then we'll have to detect the stopping points. So first, the whole thing has to go into the object, into the wedgeable area. Then we have the player interacting with it, which is them like wiggling it, and it has to react a little bit. And then we have the release. So maybe we'll do this as 3 separate animations. We duplicate this. Okay, so this is pry insert. Okay, pry insert. Okay, let's just focus on the key poses. Okay, so if we do it like this, then this thing needs to be like this. So again, yes, it is going to be tricky to figure out, but if I do figure this out, then it's all in the name of then using these tricks for Automacon. That's all it is. Okay, let's make sure we use individual origins. Pretty sure these fingers are not going to be visible. Okay. Whoops. Cool thing is we can actually move the camera around. It's not really bound to anything. Oh yeah, we can actually add a bit of back movement, which technically it could also be done with the camera movement. Okay, so this pose has to be right here. Okay. And then to insert it, we're going to go from here. And then we're going to have to make this item be following the object. It is a child of wrist item, which is perfect because it's indiscriminate of which item. Good thing I didn't make it a child of the object itself. Then I'd have like a bajillion of these child of elements. Okay, so we'll do this. Let's give it a keyframe here. And we're going to give it a full keyframe here. Oh, God. Okay. We're going to have to figure out the elbows as well. Oh, God. Whoops. That's not exactly what I wanted to do, but actually that's because the influence... Oh, that's interesting. We only turned up the influence now, but it already kind of affected the location of the hand. Okay. Yeah, so I think the influence needs to be increased earlier. Maybe instead of being gradual, it should just turn on. Because the hand is kind of out of the view. And I think for the future node, I should probably make sure I set the influence first and then start working on the frames. Okay, also the camera is not really seeing what's happening here. Well, now it's seeing too much. Okay, that's the influence. Let's do this. I'm going to position this here, and then you are going to be right here. That's right. Oh, interesting. Even though I think I remember setting up the group for this, didn't actually record it. Or maybe I didn't. Ooh, damn. We don't want every child to move. There we go. These are some broken thingies. There we go. Okay, so this is pry insert. Next thing I'd have to do is make a some sort of a wiggling animation. Yeah, I really want to make this, but that causes the other hand to spaz out. Which is why I think that the influence should have really been set here. There we go. Okay, it's kind of basic right now. That'll do. Also, it needs to keep the action more within the view. Okay. So now that we've done this, I'm going to copy this frame, this animation. This is going to be called pry loop. Oh, pry sequence, because loop is going to be interpreted as a command to turn something into a loop. I'm just going to make sure that the pry insert is protected. Makeshift pry tool plane action, that's not necessary. There we go, pry sequence. So the last frame of this is kind of when we're getting started. I'm just gonna make location rotation on everything, including the influence. There we go. And then get rid of everything. Move that over here. There we go. All right, now how are we gonna actually animate the prying? Something I considered was making an animation that is advanced by your hand movement, which might actually work. So let's say we go here. We need to make sure that the animation is done across this point here, because right now, it's rotated along this point. We can place a node over there, place our cursor, and then make all transforms be across the cursor. So now, we could do this. And let's say this is going to be around 100 milliseconds. Okay, like this. All right, so we'll do a slow pull. Kind of makes me think of the prying animation from Batman Arkham games. When you button mash to pry it open, and it kind of advances the animation forward a little bit. Eventually, you break it open, and it plays the rip out animation. Okay. Now I know that we're actually pulling up, so I think we're gonna lift it up this way. Okay. Let's say that we get to this point, and then it slips a little bit. Okay, so we'll do this. So it moves up like this. And anytime it slips, we could make it execute a swap on the handle to make the handle be broken a little bit. That could work. Okay. That's one. Okay, so we'll continue. Continue breaking it open. Take a look at it like this. Yeah, I think we're not going to worry about the fact that the crowbar is clipping through the handle. We'll just swap out the designs of the handle for different ones based on this whole thing. Yep. Okay, so this is the second slip. This is going to be maybe like this. And then maybe we'll move it up just a touch again. Mm-hmm. I gotta say, prying open the vents in Batman has actually been pretty satisfying now that I think about it, just from the button mashing. Just because the animation kind of reinforces it. Okay. I think I'm gonna have the character readjust. Um, let's see, we're gonna go in. Let's do this. Really jam it in there. Okay, and this is gonna be just shortly after. Just a small pause after this one. Okay, so that's small pause. And then this is the final push. Okay. And after this, it's pretty much just, well, break open. We'll fix the wrist over there. Okay, now. I guess we can just shove it into us. Just be like, yuck. Just impale ourselves. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm actually going to switch the grip here. Have it get a little bit closer. Like this. But these are like secondary motions, so not really important to the whole movement. They're all eye candy. There we go. Then we're just gonna do this. Whoops. Okay, no, it's got to be across the individual origins. Okay. Wrist-breaking action, I know. Give me a second. Let's see. Um, we're gonna have to go back to the other animation, fix that up there as well. Okay. Yeah, that actually works. Moving the elbows. Actually, I am going to take this keyframe and position it right where the first slip occurs. If there's anything I've learned, it's that pretty much any motion is a full body motion. Okay. I need my shoulder bones, actually. I think hiding those might not be as useful. Did I like hide them in here? Nope. There we go. Okay, I don't need this or this, but I do need my shoulder bones. Okay, I think that works. We'll get a particle in place. Camera. Definitely too stationary for this. What, like a slow zoom on the action? Okay. So I think it needs to go back a bit. This one's more of a right movement. Should I try to do something fun like this? So we'll go here, location rotation, and then be like this. Just until the break. Okay, as long as we don't show too much of the hands and shoulders, we're gonna have to figure that out if it's visible within the engine. Okay. Okay. It's not the best, but I think it will do for the sake of a test. There will come a time for refinement. Okay. So at this point, it would have to go back to the idle because it's going to be done with this whole animation. Okay. File, export. Let's just export GLTF. Right, shortcut. We need to make sure that the cabinet and whatnot doesn't get exported with it. Okay, let's just fix that up. This and the crowbar. The pry tool. Just put that there. Hide it. And then we can export it. Cool. So, let's get back to the player. Just gonna disable some of this stuff. Okay. So, when the player goes up to this, I believe we already have a specific routine. Actually, I believe that the whole cabinet is a rigid interactable, which we're gonna have to make it not be rigid interactable. I think I still want the doors to be rigid, but it has to be in a bit of a different way. So we have rigid interactable here. Hmm. I suppose what we can do is we can have a secondary collision shape. Here we have storage cabinet. We're going to put it into priable group, and we're going to give it a second collision shape. Actually, I can just copy this one and make it unique. Make unique. We're going to place it on top of our rigid interactable doors. Actually, that's not good. That's a collision polygon based on the inside shape. We are going to have to give it a custom collision shape. Give it a rectangle. That's a cylinder. Give it a rectangle. Oh yeah, that's right. The collision shape resizing gizmo is a little bit different now. Let's say that's good. Okay, so the idea is that we're going to keep the rigid interactable cabinet doors non-interactable by overlaying this collision shape over it. There we go. So when the player looks at this thing, they will see they will collide with this shape first. Okay, now this means that the player will have to enter the prying animation, and this is where we get into the whole thing. Whoop, and Godot crashed. Thank you very much, Godot. I highly appreciate that. We're gonna have to get into the whole state machine for the player, because we got all these complex behaviors already in the game. Movement, interactions of various kinds, picking up, grabbing, storing, all that stuff. It all needs to be disabled when we're doing, well, what? When we're picking up the object and inspecting it, when we're doing the prying animation. All right, let's try that again. If we hold Alt, we can expand in both directions. All right. There we go. Pryable group. Okay. From the top. So we go to the player. And when we're in the player, we have the grab object. Object grabbing. It's not really object grabbing, though. It's more like object interaction. I might want to rename that. Okay, object interaction. Because we are doing toggling, interacting, all sorts of stuff here. Grabbing with like a physics rigid object. Okay. So, grabbing items physically. Right. Well, I mean, at this point, everything was fairly generic. But now we're getting into some pretty custom animated behaviors. Dynamo crank group, that's not required anymore, because we got a whole physics interactable routine in place now. Right. We made in scripted animation function so that we can return. We're using it a whole bunch of times. I guess now we need to switch it to a state machine, because we're probably going to have a bunch of different other states for the player to be in. Okay. That's fine. State. Let's say the default state is general. Okay. So, FPS animation process, if state is not general, then we return. Although technically, FPS animation process is probably where we're going to be handling our prying animations. So maybe we're going to do if state is general, then we allow this whole code to run. I know we can do a match statement here, but whatever. elif state prying. Put a pass in here for now. We'll come back to it later. Let's go through the rest of it. Okay. Selecting hotbars. Hotbars. Okay. Can scroll and state is general. Print in scripted animation. I guess we just print state. In script animation return. This is object interaction. Okay. So object interaction, pretty much all of object interaction should not be possible if we are not in general. So if state is not general, return. So all of this code will cease to run. And then here, okay, so what do we have here? In scripted animation, so this is going to be state is going to be set to pickup inspect. Okay. And then, okay, prevent spawning items if a scripted animation is playing. So if not, state, I guess not equals general. We'll just do it this way. If state is not general, actually, this is general. And then here, what is this for? Inventory open, right mouse. This is the looking close to the object, so state has to be general for us to be able to look close onto the object. And then here, when pickup animation is done, state becomes general. So we go back to general, where we are allowed to do all this stuff. Okay, so now we will go back to object interaction. Object interaction, there we go. In object interaction, we already have held item. Okay, this is levers and other stationary physics object. We don't want this. Okay, is action just released? Grab. This is for actually grabbing. We have a bunch of collapsed code. Grabbing items physically, that's not it. Rigid interactable. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a pause, short break, 10-ish minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll get this whole state machine and prying stuff set up and go from there. Okay, be right back. All right, there we go. So let's get this thing figured out. So we are trying to interact with a priable object. Okay. Priable object. Let's take a look at where we just run our interact function. Interact. Ooh. Okay. Okay, there's 2 places. Good. What is this routine? Object interactions, like one of the first things that happens here. Okay. If collider is not null, that means the raycast, the grab ray node, is looking at something. Here we interact with it. Interactable. Rigid interactable lid group. Lid group is not really a thing anymore, I think. Okay, I guess we can do this. elif collider dot is in group. What's the group? Priable group, was it? Excuse me. Jeez. Storage cabinet priable group. There we go. Copy this guy. There we go. All right. So if it is priable, what do we do? Guess we need to display the text. Interact text. Which means the storage cabinet needs to have the interact text. So if it's locked, then it has to be pried open. And I believe that the doors had a piece of code about what the label says. Was it interact text? Oh, I guess we disabled it. Okay. So we'll just say pry for now. Okay. Let's get back to the player. So we will say pry. I think that should technically work already. Oh, actually, we should probably double check that it has interact text before attempting to get it. Maybe can even display an icon, like a pryable icon. Little white outline of a crowbar. Little outline of Gordon Freeman's goatee. Goatee and glasses. Okay. So technically this right here should already have worked. Pryable group, right? Yes. Our state was in general, so that's fine. Well, actually, hold on a sec. Does this pass any other conditions? Not by the looks of it. It's just the collider is not equals null. Okay. So collider.isInGroup, pryable group. Get the interact text. Maybe that wasn't written correctly. Oh, test. Yeah, that. Of course. Of course. Nice. Okay, so now it says pry. That's good. Technically this one shouldn't be pryable because it's you know, it's just unlocked. Which we should be able to fix quite easily. So if we go to cabinet, storage cabinet, it has a variable called locked. It has a lock doors that it goes through to lock everything. And I suppose if it's locked, interact text will be pry. Else, if it's not locked, then we just clear the interact text, so it doesn't show anything. There we go. Okay, now, in the player, we're going to check if we're holding a particular item. Or I guess we need to check if the left mouse is pressed. So if input dot is action just pressed left mouse, check if player is holding a cry tool. Okay. Just a copy of Titanic. Cool. Check if it's holding the pry tool. So if... How do we know if we're holding the pry tool? Well... Held item is for physically held. I might want to rename held item, to be honest. Let's see. Held item, not null. If something is held. Okay, but what does it mean held? Drop the item. Yeah, so this is physically held item. Collider. Grabbable, storable. Yeah, because we use set node B, pin joint, all that stuff. Okay, physically underscore held item. Let's make sure that we do whole word only. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's get back here. So it's not held item. How do we know what it is that we're holding? Well, we could either talk to the item held node, which is a parent node of wherever we're holding, and see if it's got more than 0 children. Talk to the item data of that, or if inventory has selected item slot, hotbar selected item. We also have that variable actually, selected item slot data. What is this? Null current item. I think this is it. This is actually what stores the information about the selected item, so we can use it in elsewhere. So I guess we could just do this. Or we could talk to the inventory directly. This does not seem redundant. Oh, I guess this was to detect what if the item has switched. If we switch to a different item that's being held, and it has to be repopulated. Okay. Fair enough. We also have this place, which is where we're handling interaction with the object we're holding. And this is actually kind of a curious case, because technically we are holding a pry bar, or should be holding a pry bar, and that should initiate the interaction. But I suppose we can handle it from either there or here. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? I'm just gonna talk directly to the inventory and get the item from the inventory again. Okay, so we're gonna check what is the ID. What is the ID? What is the ID of the pry tool? Pry tool, makeshift pry tool. Okay, if the ID is makeshift pry tool, then we should enter the animation, right? Okay, there's going to be animation. What is the name of the variable that contains? Oh, it should probably be in the player scene for it to pop up. Okay, these are classes. Line 981, this is where we're at right now. What is the name of the variable which is supposed to contain the reference to the animation player that has all of our hand armature stuff? Let's see. Grab ray node, pin. That's not it though. FPS animation player. Okay. So, FPS animation player will be told to play pry insert, and then state is going to be pry. What was the name of the state that I've recorded? Prying. Okay. I'm going to try to keep the variety of states to a minimum, because we could do a state of prying start, which is where it plays the starting animation. Upon the end of that, it will go into the prying loop, or prying sequence state, where we do our gameplay mechanics. And then from there, it will be like prying end. Or I guess we don't have an end animation, so we just kind of exit out of it. Okay. So this is fine. Let's start with this. Ooh, the audio is a little laggy. Makeshift pry tool. Beautiful. Oh yeah, we don't have a takeout animation, a custom one for the pry tool yet. Okay, that's fine. So if I do this, left click. Okay, so it's there. The camera should not be moving. It does seem to be still in the physical space, or at least the pry bar is. Right. We had scaled down the pry bar to 0.6 of its scale, so let's start with that. Pry tool. So we have that variable for hold scale, 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. Okay. We know that if it's an FPS node, this would have to switch this node to be an FPS view. And yes, we are still drawing this within the space of first-person viewport. We'll have to make it switch to the normal one, the in-game one. It's actually thunderstorming outside. Ah, diggity. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So we go here. Nice. Okay. So we need to display this in the in-game view. Now, if we take a look at the makeshift pry tool, it's actually running the generic item script because the pry tool doesn't really have anything unique to it. it has a function called set to FPS view. We're going to make another function set to in-game view. It will go through all the nodes. Go through all the nodes and then set visibility layer 1 to true, 2 to false. So visibility layer 2 is the first person viewport, 1 is the in-game viewport. Okay. Now, when this is told to play, we need to talk to the item held node, get child 0, and then tell it to run the function set to in-game view. This might run too soon, but we'll see. And we also need to make the arms appear in this view as well. Okay, so we should be able to let's maybe make a couple of functions here. So func set or set FPS view hands set FPS view, and this is going to be in the player. I'm going to save. Right, and this is which object? Hands. What was it called? Set layer mask. Okay, so if it's FPS view, 1 becomes false, and then 2 becomes true. And yes, I know that I could do just one single function, just swap it out, but for this particular case, I'd like two dedicated functions. Hands set in-game view, true, false. Okay. So, we're going to go down to Prying, and then call the hands set in-game view. Okay. Okay, we crashed. Oh, high score is 23 now. Nice. Each child. That's not a thing because we're not looping through anything. Let's try that again. It's because we copy-pasted the code from the item. Okay. Now, is that in-game? Yes, that is in-game. Okay, so all that's really left to do is to align the player so that the animation is in the proper place. Now, to do that, what I'm thinking of doing is interpolating the transform until the animation is in the right place. Now, what are we interpolating? I think we can interpolate. Hello, Mr. Porter. Good day. I think we can interpolate the hand rig only. Nice. So if I do this, if I go into the level and then take a look, say, here, I guess we need to go into the security room, which this looks more like an office, to be honest. I think I'm going to make another room for acquiring this radio locator. Okay, so we are going to have more than one cabinet that has to be pried open, so I guess we can test it here. I'm going to take a spatial node, or I guess we just called node 3D now. And then we're going to put an instance of the hand rig in here. Okay, so with the instance of the hand rig in place, I can actually line it up to where the animation is supposed to be in. So I can give it just a bone attachment node, attach it to the item. We still need to use the node 3D node for rotating it by 90 degrees on the x-axis. Still have no idea why that's the case. Get the pry tool, set the pry tool to 0.6. Yep. And then tell it to do pry insert. Pry insert, pry sequence, pry insert. Yes, pry insert. There we go. So once it's in, all we have to do is take this node 3D and adjust it until our animation is inside, like this. And that should match up relatively okay. And then I'm just going to take a look at pry sequence. Nice. Okay, so that should do it. We now have the transition for it. So hand rig, get rid of this. And this is going to be the player armature alignment. Okay. That's good. So going back here, hand rig. Hands rig. The hands rig right now is located in these coordinates. So once we're done, we're going to have to return it to this set of coordinates. Okay, that's fine. So what we can do is say, once you go into the state of prying, we can smoothly interpolate the hands rig armature to be in that particular spot. And the camera should follow because it's a child of the armature. Okay. There we go. We'll see how it looks. If it doesn't look good, then we'll figure something else out. So hands rig dot global transform is going to be equals to, we need to linearly interpolate it. So we'll once again do global transform transform has a linear interpolate, or just interpolate. Let's see. Global transform gives us transform 3D, and transform 3D has interpolate with. So we can use that. Interpolate with what? Well, we need to know we need to get the transform of that little node, and I think we can do that when we initiate the interaction. So let's try something like this. We're going to say when we go to the prying state, which is right here, let's do prying. I guess we need to do some sort of a variable for storing the transform to which we need to interpolate. So we can do scripted animation alignment transform. It's a variable that doesn't exist yet. We are going to talk to the collider, which is a node we're talking to, and then we'll get node inside, which is player armature alignment. And then we just get its global transform. And that's it. I think we can just go back to where the state variable is and do it like this. Or I guess we could just do transform 3D. Yes, just make a new one like this. Okay, so when we're in the prying state, we're going to smoothly transition to this remote transform. Okay. I think we will have to make sure we block out the camera movement, though. I think at least one more axis is still susceptible. Hey, okay. So that's still a thing. It's trying to interpolate into it, but I think, yeah, I think we need to block off our camera movement. We could technically not block it off in every single case. We could say that as long as it's not prying, it wouldn't be in that state. Let's see. Where's the code? I think we do camera movement here. Journal? Nope. Selecting hotbars. There we go. We have show inventory. Right. So realistically, all of this stuff needs to not work if we're not in the state of general. Locked in interaction. That's not a thing anymore. Right? Or no, locked in interactions for physical objects. For physically interactable objects like levers. Right. Okay, so let's make that clear. Locked in physical interaction. There we go. Okay, so for now, why don't we just say if it's not in the general state, we don't allow camera movement. This is all the dev stuff. Journal. Okay. So if state not general, return. Okay, there we go. So I can't move the mouse. Can't move the camera. I can still move around. Damn it. Hold on a sec. Hmm. Okay. So. We could employ keyword checks. Like, prying, it could be like scripted underscore prying. That would be the state. So if it has scripted, it means scripted prying, scripted turning, scripted anything. Scripted like button press, scripted key insert, any sort of scripted event. The inspection animation would not be in that, which would allow the player to move around and look around. Okay. Sprinting, walking. Let's go take a look at the movement code. Physics process. I think it's not in the physics process. It's process movement. Thank you. Okay. Yes, we got movement forward, moving back. When are we allowed to move? We're allowed to move when we're inspecting. We're allowed to move in general. We're not allowed to move if we're in some sort of a locking animation. So it could be locking, prying. Or scripted prying. Event prying. Something like that. So we can do if the word scripted is in state return. Okay, so let's now go prying. It will actually be scripted prying or prying scripted, doesn't really matter. State is scripted prying. Okay. Object interactable has to be in general. That part is fine. If scripted in state return. Okay. So that's process movement, and now we go into this code. So if the word scripted is inside of the state return, which means inspection of the, let's say, the radio decoder that we pick up, the radio locator shouldn't cause it to goof out. But anything that is a scripted event, if we're in the scripted state, like inserting a key into the silo, I think that's going to be a really cool animation. And handling things like pressing a button, all of that stuff is going to be scripted. Okay, let's give that a test now. And you know what? The transform, the interpolation we did for the transform actually worked out pretty damn well. Whoops. Nice. Okay, that's cool and all, but that's not what I needed. Makeshift pry tool. That's what I needed. Beautiful. Also, I'm still like left clicking for it to interact. There we go. Can't move around. Nice. Okay. So the next step would be the actual prying stage, which, to be honest, considering that we want to make sure the prying only begins after the insertion animation is done, maybe I will divide this into two separate states. So we have scripted prying. Scripted prying, we're going to say scripted prying start. Okay, scripted prying start. So we'll do this, and then during the scripted prying start, it will smoothly interpolate the transform. Next, next, we go to the place where we detect when the animation is done playing. And okay, so if the animation is what? What's the name of the animation? Ooh, I'm gonna save right now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna push to GitHub because I just heard a thunder that's a little too close. And you know what? I'm gonna play it safe. Backing up. Pry tool mechanic. Oh god. Please. 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 Go, 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 go. Go, go. I do not have a UPS. There we go. Or backup power supply, or whatever the heck it's called. Oh no, I shouldn't have pulled. No. Shit. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna give it a sec. So, what's the animation? Oh, okay. That's Dimitar's additions, as of today. Dirt progression, that's not right. Where's the proper animation? There we go. So this is pry insert. So if the animation that is just finished playing is pry insert, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have to make a custom crowbar specifically for the, or custom animation for the crowbar. Dimitar, are you in the chat by any chance? Am I in the background of your modeling sessions? Give me a sign of life. Pry tool, pry insert. Anim name equals pry insert. Okay, so when this animation is done, state is going to be set to pry. Is it pry or is it prying? Scripted pry. I think that's what scripted prying. There we go. That's the one. Okay, so go all the way down. There we go. Cool. Now, when we're in the scripted prying, which is this one, we're going to set the FPS animation player. We're going to set the, I think current animation can be set. We're going to set it to pry underscore sequence. Cool. Okay. Now, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I just tell it to play it, it should play it, but that's not how we're gonna handle it. But I just want to see it. Okay. Well, it's playing it. Okay, and it's playing it on a loop. Wait, it's not supposed to be on the loop. I think I goofed up. I left the word loop in here. There we go. Pry sequence. We're gonna have to save the pry sequence. Oh man, it's really raining. Dang. We're gonna have to save the pry sequence animation so that once we're done, it will tell the cabinet to unlock. Okay, let's make a function called break open pryable object. Put a pass in here for now. We're gonna go to the animation player of the armature, and actually no, we need to find the actual GLTF file of it. So handrig GLB right there. We're gonna double click on it. This is gonna be pry sequence. Pry sequence. We're gonna tell it to save. You know, I must admit, I think Godot should just do this automatically. It's already a file. Okay. Cool. So now that we've done this, if we go to the pry sequence animation, we can add a track here. And this is going to be a method call track, call method track. Okay. It's all the way at the bottom. This right here is actually perfect. Break pryable object. It's just going to call the function, and then within this function, we'll figure out what needs to be done to break open the object. Excuse me. I actually have a feeling that we might have to separate the breaking into a separate animation as well. I have a feeling we might have to do that. Okay. Right. So, I guess we need to actually make a record of which object is being pried. So, when we go to the state of prying start, we're going to make a record of the collider because that is the prying object. Now, we don't have a variable like that. Okay, make a variable, prying object, null. Okay. Prying object, so we go here. It is recorded as a collider. Then we go to the scripted prying start. It will interpolate. Then state is going to be scripted prying. We start playing the pry sequence animation. Eventually, it will reach this point in the animation and run this function. So we can talk to the prying object. It should have been recorded by this point. And this is a storage cabinet, and it has a function called pry open. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna do this. Now something extra needs to take place, by the way. When we finish prying this object, we need to disable this collision shape. Or actually, this one here. This collision shape. So we're going to talk to it. Disable this true. Okay, and then what else? It's no longer going to be locked. So locked is false. And then interact text in that case has to be cleared, because we're no longer interacting with the cabinet itself. We're going to be interacting with the individual doors. All right. Okay, we'll worry about the transition afterwards. Hey, nice. Why are you playing again? Hey. I think it's because we're in the state. Okay, that's cool. So we already had the door opening physics stuff from when we had the old prying sequence. All I have to do is this. Because I actually want the player to move the mouse, actually play the game, I'm going to make the actual point when it's done, which is this. I'm going to make it be in a separate animation. So I'm going to copy these three. Actually, I think I might want to record location, rotation, and everything. Copy it. Well, actually, do I need to copy it? I don't think I need to copy it. I think I need to do this. So pry sequence, I'm going to duplicate it. Pry sequence, finish. Okay, we're going to protect it. We're going to go to the pry sequence, get rid of this. Okay, so that's the last frame of the pry sequence. And then we're going to do pry sequence finish, which is going to quite literally be just that last little bit. Yes. Nice. Export that out. Cool. Give it a second to import. So pry sequence. When the pry sequence is done, which is in the player code when we have this, hopefully this signal can actually be triggered if we're moving or seeking the animation ourselves. I doubt it, but we'll see. If the animation that just finished playing is pry sequence, then FPS animation player will play pry sequence finish. That's it. And then the state has to be in pry sequence finish. Or not, it's scripted prying something. Scripted prying finish. Copy this, search for this. There we go. Okay. For now, we're not going to have really anything in this state. I'm just going to place it here for temporary sake. Because realistically, when this animation is done, the pry sequence finish animation is done, it should just go to the state of general. Hi, gonna be silent watching. Gotcha. Sounds good. Appreciate the company nonetheless. Right, so we're just gonna set it to general. if anim name equals pry sequence finish, state is going to be general, which means that should give us our control back. Now, this is where we don't want it to play the animation. We're going to set current animation to be equals to prying sequence, which means we're going to have to go back to Blender afterwards and make sure that the last frame of praying start matches with the first frame of prying scripted. Cool. So we set the current animation this way. And then what? Well, then we need to use our mouse to move forward the animation. Now, as far as I know, we only have access to the mouse animation in the input event. What the mouse animation, excuse me, the relative mouse movement. Now we could make a variable that stores the data, or we could technically do this in the input event. Handle progression of the mouse or of the animation through mouse relative movement in the input event. Looks like OBS is losing internet. So we'll do if state is scripted prying. We're going to take FPS animation, seek, and where do we seek? Seek is how we progress the animation forward. So we can talk to the animation player. We need to get the position, animation position. Animation position. How do we do that? I've only done plenty of that stuff in the tape recorder, tape player mechanic. Let's see. So we have seek, which needs a amount of time in seconds. Root stop. Get play speed. Maybe we could just set the play speed. We'll see how the seek works first. So current animation position. There we go. Take this. Current animation position plus equals what? Well, we're in the input event, which is where all the inputs are available to us. So we're going to do if event is input event mouse motion. Then this means that this event has a relative. Let's do relative.y. Okay. Plus, not plus equals. Okay, I think this should do it. So we take the relative motion of the mouse. So if the mouse doesn't move, relative is 0. If the mouse moves, relative is whatever the speed of the movement is. We're going to take the current position of the animation in seconds and add that relative motion to it. So effectively, our mouse motion is going to be controlling the animation progression. Let's do makeshift pry tool. Left. There we go. Okay, well, it's... right. Oh, probably because we... when I set the assigned animation, I didn't actually stop it. Right. Scripted prying. So we set the... that's where we seek. I need to set this. I think I need to just stop it. Damn it. It's not what I want. As cool as that looks, it's not what I want. Alright. Oh! Wow, that was fast. And also didn't work. Well, actually, no, it did work. It just didn't update the animation. And that's because when I do seek, I have to make it update the animation. And we really need to, like, lay off of the speed here. Okay, seek and I think true. If I remember correctly, seek requires, well, optionally accept second parameter. Let's see, seek, seconds, update only. What the hell is update only? Seeks the animation to the seconds point in time. Update through the animation updates too. Otherwise, updates process time. The event between the current frame and the seconds are skipped. Sup. Soup. Soup is sup. If update only is true, the method audio animation tracks will not be processed. No, I do need that because sound effects are going to be played back. Cool. So yeah, so that should be good. And let's ease up on this thing. So let's do like delta. Get process delta time, and let's also multiply by 0.1. Cool. Maybe we can also, hey, Lucky. What's up? Maybe we can also do like a takeout animation in the time we have left. So we get makeshift pry tool. Yeah. Looks like we're able to smoke this thing. Cool. Alright, so move. I think I might have overdone it. This is like... Oh, actually, I'm getting errors. Animation player is now current animation. Oh, right. Well, wait a minute. So we don't stop it then, do we? Let's get the live notifications like 2 hours late. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks, Obama. Oh, God. Can we... Okay, so why is it saying that no player has no current animation? Do we have to pause it? Does it lose the animation when we stop it? I mean, technically current animation is cleared when there's nothing being played. Assigned animation doesn't get cleared. How did I do it with the tape player? Oh god, maybe the tape player is not working anymore. I'm gonna have to double check that too. I'm more than certain that it's not. Okay, let's see. Current animation length position. Play, cue, seek. Blend time, stop, set root. Set process. Play backwards. I want to pause the animation. Keep state. Stops the current playing animation. The animation position is reset to 0, and the custom speed is reset to 1.0. Also see pause. Pause is the current playing animation. Current animation position will be kept. And calling play backwards without arguments. With the same animation name. I think this might be what I want. Prying, scripted prying. So don't oh, actually. Maybe we don't need to handle this here at all, because we don't need to constantly pause it. I think we can just do this. So go here, play right here. When pry insert is done, we're going to assign pry sequence and then pause it. But because we pause it, it should still be seekable. Okay. Okay. Oh no, I can I can DJ scratch it. Waka 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 waka. It's because the up mouse movement is seeking it backwards. Right, but that's kind of cool. Um, it's also very stiff, but it's a start. Here's what we can do. So event relative y. The whole thing ported to 4.2. Yeah, there's still loose bits and pieces that are kind of messy, but it's here, all right. It's here. Okay, I want this to be smoother, which means we can actually handle this within I just realized we can handle this within the regular prying state. I could just do this here, but instead of doing mouse motion directly, I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna do, okay, what should we do? Let's do scripted animation. I want to keep it generic. Scripted animation seek time. Okay, yes. And then we're gonna multiply equals by 0.95, so it slowly depreciates in value. We're gonna put it here, so it depreciates after we use it. We're gonna make use of it here. Okay, and now we go back to this place. Is this in the input event? No. This is, okay. And then we'll add to it event. Oh yeah, we have to make sure that it only goes one direction, so it's going to be an absolute value. Event.relative.y. Cool. And that's going to make it smoother, so that as soon as your mouse stops, it doesn't just, well, stop. It's too stiff that way. Okay, now where do we have other prying related stuff? I think it's by the state variable. Yeah, sure. Set it here. Nice. Didn't have much hope of success in the first stream. Well, the first one, the biggest issue was the environment thing, and the fact that the background in the sky wasn't being rendered is because I had another environment node in a sub viewport that I used to create the glow effect for the terminal, and while that trick worked in Godot 3, in Godot 4, apparently the environment located anywhere is just going to affect your main level. So I had to remove that. That got working. You know, it's like little annoying bits and pieces, but it's doable. Okay. Hey. Okay, it's a little fast. And we've just reached the end, I presume. And it didn't really do much. Interesting. State scripted prying held item. Okay, so did it not... Did we seek past it, or did it just not do anything? I'm gonna make it not print state Let's take a look. We have a function for prying, for finishing the prying process. Which technically we don't need to run that function from within the animation now. We could do this. So we go to pry sequence finish, or pry sequence. Oh yes, it's outside of the animation range. That's why I didn't run. But we don't want it here anyways. We're gonna do this. We can go to. You know what? We don't need to do this here. We can just go down to when we trigger the animation, which is right here. And then run pry, break open pryable object. Right. Now, it also should have played pry sequence finished, but it didn't. So maybe our animation finished signal cannot be triggered when we're seeking through the animation. That's unfortunate. Okay. It's a little fast still, but yeah, as you can see. Well, you can't really see. I need to do a definitive test. Physically held item. Can I just make it not print this? Okay, so let's take a look. Print S animation or FPS animation finished. Let's see if it's actually going to trigger that signal. I doubt it. I don't think it will. But if it triggers the function, if we keep the function call in there, we can call the animation finish from the function. Might have to take a look at that. Okay, move that. Yes. So I don't see the signal getting executed. So that's unfortunate. But that may not be the end of the world. Because as I said, let's take a look if we have at least a function call. I think we should have a function call. So let's do pry sequence. We're going to add back the method call track. All right, we're going to add a frame here. Break open pryable object. Okay, so we're going to place it hopefully still within range of the animation. Pressing F does not focus you on the keyframe. Godot devs take note from Blender. Okay, I'll just place it right here. That's fine. Okay, so let's see if that at least breaks open the cabinets. Because if it does, I'll just move the animation finished thing there. We should be good. Hey, nice. Okay, you know what? It's a good day. It's a good flippin' day. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go take, what is this? Pry sequence. Pry sequence finished, scripted prying finished, and then we don't need to run this twice. We are simply going to take this out. We're gonna go to pry open pryable object, break open pryable object, and then here we'll just tell it to play the pry sequence finished and then scripted prying finished. Now, can we deal with the absolute like crack cocaine prying animation that's happening right now? I need to slow that bitch down like a lot. Geez, I'm like, okay, so this is where we just use it, or where we add to it. So I suppose need to do this. We might also have to increase the speed at which it dissipates. Okay. Nice. Slower, though. Definitely needs to be slower. I think it might even just make more sense to do this. We could clamp it. Hold on, what are the values that we're actually working with? I think clamping it might be a good idea. It is just too darn fast. Well, now we can't wait for Cole to add the sound effects for this. Okay. Nice. We'll work on the impact of the animation afterwards. Also, our camera was a little crooked there. Okay, so it looks like it is growing. It's plateauing at around 200. So let's go 0.9. This is going to dissipate it a lot faster. But the nice thing about that, instead of clamping, is that it's still relative to the player's motion, and it's still smooth. Nice. And now our camera's crooked. That's because pry sequence finished. FPS animation finished. Pry sequence finished. So I think our camera, when we go to the idle animation, doesn't have any frames in it to correct it. Let's see. Doesn't it? Might have to give ourselves a new debug report output to show us the name of the animation, the assigned animation right now. Well, I guess the current animation of the FPS face. We have a rich text label, which is used for reports. Where is it? Our item name, DevTools. Interesting. We have a label. Well, that's item database. Info. Dev info location. Ah, there it is. I see that we're using a separate node for every entry. All right. Fair enough. What is this going to be called? FPS anim player animation. Okay. So let's go, I guess we can do it within here. Text is going to be FPS animation. And this is going to show us, we don't need to stringify it because the animation names are already strings. FPS. Oh, come on. Animation player. I think we do current animation instead of assigned. Because I want to see which animation is being played right now after we are done with the prying, because our camera is tilted. I think it might be idle. Which means technically if we were to start running, it would fix itself, because running animation has camera in it. I still think we need to slow this down. Oh, it's actually quite a lot slower. FPS anim is nothing, which makes sense. Maybe I should actually play assigned animation. Actually, where are the rest of the heads-up elements? What the heck? I see the walk speed chart. I don't see anything else. Definitely need to slow this down still. Okay. Price sequence finished. And then... well, that's not fun. You know what? I think I'm gonna need to still print the state, but I'm gonna have to do this with these elements rather than print commands. State report. Okay. Let's go into process. I think we did print s state. Here we go. This is where we used to do it. So we're going to talk to this node. State report, text, and it's going to say state, the state. And I guess whatever, we'll just toss in item held in it as well. Sure. Except this could be null. So maybe we don't. If we need it, we'll add it. Okay, so one thing at a time. Okay, so right now it's in general state. And the camera did fix itself. Uh-huh. But technically, I do have an idle animation. Yeah, right here. Idle. Which it should be playing. Hold on. Did the camera not actually play the sprinting animation when it started walking or running? I wasn't sprinting, so let's just double check that real quick. Okay. So that's working. It's really interesting because it's based on velocity. So if I start running into a wall, the velocity is too low for it to run the sprint animation, so it doesn't actually you know, it doesn't have that classical indie game look when you're running into a wall and it's just sprinting full force into nothing, hand flailing and all. Okay, so we'll do this. Move the mouse. Okay, and then, oh god. Well, it did return, but now it's stuck in sprint empty. It doesn't actually return to this idle. Interesting. Okay. Let's start with fixing this then. Velocity length has to be above 02. If it's not, oh, it only works if we're not holding something, which makes sense. Whew, that's going to be an interesting one to figure out because we have many objects that we can hold. I have a feeling we might have to do a custom holding animation for every hand or for every item. Damn. Okay. Which makes me think that we might have to segregate inventory items that are holdable, which are tools, and inventory items that are resources, which are, well, you don't hold them. I think that might work. Because then we don't need to have a separate holding animation for every single thing. So flashlight, flashbang, pry tool, crowbar, sledgehammer, and then factory sledge or industrial sledgehammer. Radio detector. Maybe the key. The silo keys. Those are the only items that have some sort of an interaction component to them. The pry tools. And then those are the only items that we can hold, really. Now, that would mean that we cannot see those items when we select them in the hotbar, or we prevent them from being selectable or placeable in a hotbar in the first place. So they're only inventory items. But then that kind of breaks the whole select an item and then use that item on something to insert it, like the silo keys. But the silo keys would probably have their own animation, though. We can save that for later time. I guess for now we can just do this. Okay, so right now it's an idle. Cool. Ah. And there you go. So now I can't take out the item. I think this is a question of blending animations. Having the, what is it? This is like camera and running. And then the right hand is the only one that really does anything on top of it, like holding something. So we'd have to blend an animation of us running with the camera bob and everything, and the left hand going up and down. and the right hand holding something. This is going to be tricky. Would I have to worry about it right now? Maybe we'll do something that is fairly simple to do. Let's say, what is it? Pick up, take out. Crawl loop. It is protected. Door action, yeah, that's not required. It's going to get deleted. For some reason the camera has an animation on it. The body, which is, what's the body? The body is one of these items, isn't it? Nope. Makeshift pry tool plane action. Okay, just doing some garbage collection. We'll reopen the project. Well, the garbage is gone. Now this body action, I don't know where the heck that is in. That might be in the NLA editor. Camera, nope. Remove that. Okay. So let's do a takeout. What do we have here? Inspect end, inspect start. Inspect and radio locator. Oh, inspect is when we look up close to it to interact physically. I probably shouldn't be calling that inspect though. Interact maybe? Item takeout generic, item takeout radio locator. So that's the idea. It's item takeout and then underscore the ID of the item. Okay, so I can take pry tool insert because the very first frame of that is basically inserting the pry tool. Okay, it's like the idle frame basically. Or actually, no, it's not. Whatever, that's fine. We'll just copy it. We'll take location rotation. I don't want to be in the graphing editor. I'm going to take all of these frames, get rid of them. All of these frames, get rid of them. And then we'll just work with this being the idle. There we go. This is not going to be oriented the same way, however. Come on. There we go. Let's go local axis. There we go. I guess if we want to be able to fit in a little bit of that palm, gonna have to make it lower. That should definitely be adjusted a bit. Let's not break too many fingers. I think this is the case where displaying as wireframe might be easier, but it's got to be object mode. Let's see. Maybe. Let's see. It's semi-transparent. It actually might be a bit worse too. Okay. Cool. Where do we want this to be in the shot? Yeah, that could work. Think this might be better than it looking down. And then for the takeout, that one bone over there kind of looks like it's a pinky. So the hand's like, "Ah, yes. Watson, fetch me my beaten stick." Okay. That really sharp turn is not looking too good. Unless I actually just delete the rotation frames. Hmm. And that might work. It's kind of like taking it out of your trench coat. Your trench coat of bazillion items. Okay, so this is... What is the actual ID of this item, though? We need to use the ID specifically. Makeshift pry tool. Okay, so this is going to be take out makeshift pry tool. Protected. Protected at all cost. What do we have? Pickup. Takeout. We have other takeouts, don't we? Pick up a radio locator. Item takeout radio locator. Okay, so Item underscore takeout. Takeout one word. Makeshift pry tool. Cool. I think this should do it. Engine models, player. There we go. Damn it. I forgot to uncheck the item to not be exported. Does no exp work on models? Because I might start using that instead. The no exp suffix that you put at the end. Man, it's starting to take a little while to export the animations. Hoo-wee. Okay. Okay. The camera got reset. Oh, right. The camera was looking down. Whoops. Whoops. Let's do this. Yeah, it's because the camera was looking down in the previous animation. So, can we... Reset is when it's looking forward. So if I take this... and I tell it to clear, I think it should just return to normal. Also, a little bit of transition might be nice. Maybe. Actually, no, because that would cause it to smoothly transition to the next takeout animation. And that would cause the item to spawn in momentarily in the hand as it's moving, so that's not going to be good. Well, I gotta say, there's no shortage of stuff we have to figure it out. No shortage of problems. Little tiny edge case scenarios. I think the next step would be to figure out the whole blending thing. Also, yeah, all these items need proper takeout animations. Hey, except it's all the way over there. Hold on. It is in the FPS view, so that's good. Our camera bugs out. Right, so this doesn't look like it's in the right camera orientation. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. If we take the prying end, let's see. Pry sequence finish. By the end of this animation, the camera should return back to a reset state. As a matter of fact, everything could just go back to the reset state. Like this. Except, you know, this thing is still influenced. Let's see here. So this, and then go back to 0. There we go. As long as it happens outside of the camera view, I think that should be perfectly fine. All right, and now with the camera going back to the original place, that should prevent the weird jerk. Animation looks great. Thanks. It's a start. I think I just need something that I can work with in the moment. Okay, I think that's been exported. Whew. I think for Automicon, I might actually have to go a step further and do proper put away animations. Like if you have a gun in your hand, then there would be, you know, the gun animation, the takeout animation, and then if you want to interact with something, I would want the gun to actually be put away, and then the player would go into the interaction state. So the state machine is definitely going to be a staple in that one, for sure. We're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to have like all these in between states of transitions between the actions taking place. All of that stuff's gonna it's gonna have to be done with a state machine. Okay, what am I testing? Camera alignment. Also, the animation didn't really make the item appear within the view. Did something happen to our FOV settings? Or maybe I used the wrong FOV value. I used the FOV value of the external camera, the game camera, rather than the FPS one. Yeah, there we go. Well, this is no better than not having hands. It's basically the no hand animation because the hand is outside of the view. What's the point of putting the armature? Okay, there we go. And then, yeah, we have that camera jerk. We need to solve that. Also, this is too fast. There we go. All right, let's solve the too fast part. Little bits and pieces. Input. Actually, no. Oh, this has got to be in the player. Prying. Let's clamp the value. So it maxes out at about 200. So if we want to get half of it, we're going to get half. Zero to 100. Okay. And I'm probably also going to make it not as simple to be able to get to that value by halving the relative speed, relative mouse speed that we add to the value. It's still too fast. Not this one, though. This one looks good. Beautiful. Okay, and the camera goes back to the proper place. Although right now it's still in the price sequence. I'm not sure why that's the case. Oh, because we're holding the object. That's right. Whew. All right. That part would have to be resolved with a what? A animation tree and doing a whole bunch of animation blending. That's gonna be fun. Okay. We still have this. Nice. Now, why is the position not matching? That's what I'd like to know. We have this camera, which has the FOV of 80. And then we have this camera, which has the FOV of 60. Well, that explains it. The sensor fit is set to vertical. If we go 80 here, and then this is going to be item, take out makeshift pry tool. Yep. I think that's exactly the reason. Makeshift pry tool. Yep. Okay. So that's cool. At least now we know that we can use the camera in Blender reliably, because it looks exactly as it did in Godot. Whoops. Get back here. Okay, you stay here. Okay. It doesn't have things like overshot. I'll have to work on that. Okay. Cool. As long as it's not too close to the camera center. We'll see. This should keep the pry tool within the camera view. Come on now. There we go. Beautiful. Let's run. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Nice. Now we don't have the wobble anymore, the walking wobble. That's a bit of a shame. Beautiful. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do some blending with animations. Oh, okay, all right. It's musical chairs. Also, something buggy is happening with the audio. It's all clickety clackety. There was an interesting feature in the Leadworks engine. The animations could be executed on a per bone basis. So you could basically say, right arm play this animation, which would of course be done in Blender, and then left arm play a different animation. That was a really cool thing. Also, the floor has a proclivity to disappear. I think it's the occlusion going haywire. Cool. Okay. Maybe I can fix up the last frame for the camera not lining up. Let's see. This would be pry sequence. Right, so I'm gonna go here, copy the summary frame, and then go pry insert right here. Paste. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, where'd you go? Go back. Ew, easy. Cool. Okay, so that was like what, 3 hours? 3 hours and 20 minutes. Not bad. A whole prying animation. A whole prying mechanic, as a matter of fact. So I suppose next step would be to do something with prying of the propane tank. Propane tank storage unit. Yeah, there you go. So now that it matches up, we can do this. Nice. And I think I also wanted to go here into the prying and then divide it by 2. Now, that that might be a tricky thing because different people have mouse speeds set to different things, different speeds. I technically did clamp it, but I do have to wonder. Okay, it doesn't seem like anything has changed. Nice. I should just have the animation go backwards if you don't keep moving it. The arm model. The model came from Make Human. It's like a default human that you can generate in the program. I just cut out everything but the hands and use them as a base. I did rig them myself, but Make Human. What? Okay, Make Human does provide you with a rig you can use yourself. Oh, this is interesting. Because the camera bone isn't perfectly in the middle, we have this effect of the world kind of moving past, which I've seen in a few games. It's an interesting effect. I think camera rotating across just the very middle of the character tends to look a little too plain, I think. This is interesting. But of course there are, you know, risks like this, that the camera's gonna clip through something. Now let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. We didn't actually have a state to go back to because we were holding an item. Hmm. I suppose that's gonna have to be the next step. Holding an item. Blending the animations. Also, I could have sworn that the third stage in the braking animation is supposed to be adjusting the pry tool to go further into here, into the lock. To go in. Okay. Maybe it's our alignment. if we take a look here, this is how close the whole tool is to the handle. So if we go back into our storage cabinet, which we don't really have to do this, it's pretty good already. Hands rig. Bone attachment. Item. Pry tool. Scale it down to 0.6. There we go. And then we do pry sequence. Oh yes, and then we need to offset it by 30 degrees. Don't know why that's important, but okay then. Reset. There we go. All right. So by the beginning of the animation, there we go. That right there is supposed to be more like here, right? It seems like it. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. I'm just gonna hide the hands rig here. Just gonna keep it there. Just got here and familiar with the project, with the concept behind this one. Survive a night in a haunted swamp while unlocking secrets of the story in the bunker found within it. Okay. Nice. Okay, yeah, so right now we're in the animation of pry sequence finish, which means our camera isn't quite where it's supposed to be. Actually, no, it did go back. Although up and down looks a little weird. That's okay. As long as everything... Oh. 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 Maybe not. What? Hold on a sec. Pry sequence finished. What's happening with our head over there? It does look like it was reset. Yeah. Oh, I know why. We have totally forgotten to move the player transform, the armature transform, back to its original location. Oh, that's important. Okay, hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it? It is rotation helper. And then we have the hands rig. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We have a variable here called scripted animation alignment transform. We're going to make another variable. This is going to be on ready. And this is going to be hands rig origin transform. Hands rig origin transform. And then we're going to make it equals to, take this node, global, or I guess no, we just want local transform. Transform contains location, rotation, scale, and other data. Hands rig origin transform. Cool. So we're going to go to FPS animation process. And if we're in the general state, we're going to tell the hands rig to have its transform to interpolate with the original transform that it was at by 0.1, which is 10%. And this is going to be done repeatedly. Okay, so that should get it to return back to the original transform. Although that might actually... Is that going to interfere with our rotation, camera rotation? It is in the rotation helper, so maybe not. Nope. Okay, we good. We good. Okay, so we look like this. That's looking fine. Looking up, looking down. We're not twisting our neck. Make sure pry tool. There we go. Okay, that was a little fast. Actually, that was a little fast. Let's see. Pry sequence. Pry insert. Yeah, it is really fast. Let's scale that thing up just a wee bit. The hand's spazzing out a little bit. Skip it up. Okay. I have to do something like this. Put that away, sir. Just keep it out of the camera view. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, this... Right. So if we enable influence right away, the hand kind of follows this tool. That's why we left it up here. I can't click inverse or set inverse because I think that's going to mess up the other animations that are using this. So we have to work with this. Okay, let's keep the wrist where it is. As a matter of fact, hold on a second. Are we not able to set the frame to be an instant frame? Keyframe type. Move hold. Is that it? No, it's interpolation mode, constant. Okay, I don't know if that's going to translate very well to Godot, but well, it does seem constant. There we go. Okay, we just need to really move it out of the way. Keep your hands to yourself, sir. we gonna do with you? Okay, that might be a little bit slower. Let me try no exp suffix. Okay, see if it's gonna export all those objects. Hopefully not. Actually, I'm pretty sure the noexp is handled by the Godot importer, not the exporter. So it's in there. It's in the file. It's just Godot refuses to load it. At least that's as far as I understand. We'll see. Let's see if there's a cabinet in front of the player now, permanently situated, confronting his demons. Yep. Oh, actually, hold on. Yes. Yes, there is. So I guess we can't do that. I'm just going to have to disable it. Okay, that's fine. We're probably going to have to be switching between using the animation tree with blendable animations and just playing the animations outright regularly. Because, for example, this whole scripted event it's just one big animation that needs to be played. So there's no point in us using animation blend trees for that. It's actually probably going to interfere with it. But at the same time, things like generic animations, like running and moving, holding an item, that has to be blended. Okay, so let's see here. Click. Oh yeah, that's a little bit better. And then we do this. Nice. Cool. And then our character should have returned. Yeah, seems like. Hold on, did we? No, we did not. Huh. Oh, right. This is a starting value. It interpolates the starting value to the final value, but it outputs the final value, which has to be applied to the transform. There we go. That should do it. I think that should do for me, too. It's been like 4 hours. Nice. There we go. Okay, so it did interpolate backwards, which sure. But I have a feeling that we could probably also run it within finish, so that when we actually get that pry open, and we get the whole camera jerk, we could hide the interpolation back while that animation's playing. Okay. Yeah, sure. It's okay. It's not the best. We'll probably have to figure something out afterwards. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there is technically an issue that we'll have to address for sure. And it's the fact that you can like really make some far-reaching prying executions here. If we do stuff like let's see. So if I go over here, take the pry tool, and just be like, yeah, sure, let's do this. Nice. And then we do this. Beautiful. So we're gonna have to do some like proximity check or orientation check. Like we are right in front of it, and we're looking at it, and you know, we'll have to make sure that there's like a little area that we have to be in front of it to make sure that it doesn't do it. Doesn't allow us to interact with it. Should be a fairly simple thing to do, to be honest. Let's take a storage cabinet. Let's give it an area node. And this is pry zone. Okay. Give it a shape. We'll let the cabinet handle this instead of the player. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll just do it like this. I think that is reasonable enough. Sure. Let's give it body entered, body exited, and then I guess we can make a variable, can pry, set it to false. Okay, and then if body is in group called, okay, we have a name of a group for local players, and we have another one for all players. I think we need to do local player group specifically. So if it's in the group local player group, can pry becomes true, and then body is in group local player group. So if it leaves, can pry becomes false. Okay, now I think we can no longer really handle the interact text from being updated here in the ready. This needs to be done in the process. So if can pry and locked, then interact text. Yeah. Is going to be pry open. And we don't need any of this stuff. Else interact text has to be cleared. Okay. Now we go to the player, and in the player we have the place where we go to this state. Here we go. So if the button is pressed, then we check if collider.canPry is false, then return. Do not allow prying unless object allows it. Player is near. Cool. Let's see this. You know, now that we have this hand rig thing, we can actually do some pretty interesting stuff with like enemies grabbing you and tossing you and, you know, just wiping the floor with you. Literally. Okay, so there you go. Now, we do have the raycast that is, yeah. We do have the raycast that's supposed to show us that this is an object. Putting you on a hot frying pan or turning you into one of them. It's pretty much. Okay, so there you go. Nice. And then, of course, you know, interactions required. I'm going to have to communicate that to the player. Hey, you know what? That works. I think that works okay. For some reason, I'm not seeing the hand, the interactable hand icon. Looks great. I know, right? It's actually pretty usable. We had a hand icon that shows up for anything that is physically interactable. Where did that go? UI, grab indicator. That's just the dot. Journal, nope. DevTools, no. Grab indicator, hand. That's the one. Where are you? You are here. Why are you not visible? Not supposed to tile. That's why. Cool. There we go. And then right after we did that, we can see the hand icon appears next to the labels. Oh yeah, we still have a rig inside of the storage cabinet obstructing it. Hands rig, go away. All right. Well, you know what? Hot diggity, we actually got it up and running. Let me just double check the list. Going to be next level when Cole gets some sounds in. Hell yeah. Dude, can't freaking wait. I do wonder if we should wait until I polish the animations, though. I mean, moving around some stems shouldn't be too difficult, so I guess placing it early on would be okay. It's not like the animation would make the sound drastically different. Just gotta shift some things. Okay, so what have we done? Make the radio take out animation, turn the radio on. Yes, we did. Just gonna take a look at that because it's also a cool animation. Nice. Ah, man. You can kind of see the items spawning in a little bit. Flashing in front of us. We'll fix that afterwards. Nice. And then we can do this. Can still interact with it. That's good. Okay. Cool. That's good. Let's see. Crowbar. Wait, why is merchant only just in certain types of items? That's Child of Ether. That's the wrong note. Add hands. I think that's done. Even though there's more stuff to do it, I think I'll just put it there. Crowbar, prying, security cabinet, propane storage cage. So we've only done one of them. I guess I can just do it this. Put it there. Security cabinets locked, pryable for propane tanks. Security cabinets. Yeah, well that's what I'm gonna do next. Room black box, audio recording conduit. We'll have to do that. I have to get some more voice recordings to do a proper test on this one. Remote control room, black box, audio recorder. Add upper level passage, chapel. That's technically done, but I have to add a bunch of ladders, which I can use Dimitar's ladders there. I know Dimitar sitting in the background is like, when are you gonna use my props, you shithead? I've been working hard on them. Come on. How'd you get the good graphics in Godot? I just used Godot. I mean, this is literally not even like what graphics. It's placeholder grid texture. I mean, if it looks good for you, then I mean, you're gonna be pleasantly surprised what other goodies Godot offers. I know. I'll tell you the secret. I pay for Godot Premium. It gives you access to cool features that common peasants don't have access to. Oh boy. Right. Okay. I'll definitely have to fix up the inspection animation here, because it's a little goofy right now. Kind of goes in and out. Also, I might have to also fix the wrist. There we go. Okay. Cool. Remote control, black box audio recorder, add upper left passage to chapel. Godot VIP tier subscription. Oh boy. Okay. Fix wrist twist. We still need to figure something out about the wrist twist, to be honest, because it doesn't look too bad until you get into some animations, like what, holding? Well, not even. Yeah, like from this angle looks tiny, and that's kind of the angle from which we tend to look at it. Maybe I can just do something here. Let's take a look at using individual origins and then proportional editing. It might actually just have to come down to us distorting the hands a little bit so that in perspective they look good. Because I've seen games do that to like FPS guns, for example. You can use double twist bone to fix it. You mean kind of like what I have here? I know, but it takes, I think it takes a bit more than that, because the thickness of the armature, the thickness of the hand itself just might look a little weird because of the FOV of the camera and when the hand is kind of far away. But two, I think that's not gonna help. The number of bones isn't gonna help. I think the weight painting has to be fixed up. Having this, what is it? I think this bone having more influence over the wrist, but it rotating more with the palm. Okay. Let's just double check this. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, that's way better. So I just had to bulk up the wrist a little bit. Nice. So yeah, it looks like you can get away with doing some distortions, like first-person perspective distortions of the models, to compensate for the objects becoming really small, far away from the camera. And I've seen this done a lot with, especially with FPS games, where they foreshorten the guns. They like squeeze it on the Z-axis to give them more bulky look. They play with FOV of the camera and they squeeze the guns on the Z-axis, on the forward axis, to squish them. Which, as long as you don't like inspect the weapon or rotate it, it's not going to look too weird. But it will give it that that beefy look to it. Because you've seen what happens with sniper rifles when they're just displayed in perspective. The barrel is like teeny tiny, far in the distance. So you have to use some trickery to make up for that. Cool. All right, we have prying. We still need to do the, what is it? Propane cabinet prying. Now, if the propane cabinet can be adjusted, propane tank cabinet, if it can be adjusted to have a handle, or maybe the lock could be made like pretty thick and pretty beefy, we could just reuse the same animation and do some trickery with swapping out the models. I think that could work. Okay. Other than that, yeah, we will have to make I think a separate animation for the crowbar. Dimitar, do you want to make a crowbar? Like a proper crowbar? Just like with the sledgehammer, I have the makeshift sledgehammer, but the player can find like a proper industrial sledgehammer, which technically is supposed to last for longer, more hits and deal more damage. So in this case, I got the pry tool, and this one's self-made, and we would also have an actual crowbar that is something the player can find. It has more uses to it, so it doesn't break as often or as soon. Cool. All right. That would be awesome. Appreciate it. Fantastic. And then this model, of course, is courtesy of Antoine. Okay. Let me just double check this. Propane tank cabinet. Yeah. And then I think the other one is protein metal grid. Almost. I think it's a little messed up. Metal grid. Yeah. It is the metal grid, but it's not UV. It looked right in Godot 3, but after the porting, something might have happened. Or, actually, it is what it's supposed to look like. No, that's definitely not what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to have a perforated metal mesh on it. Okay, that's fine. So, cool. I think I should probably start fixing up the litany of errors here. Comms room ceiling. All of these are like, I have to re-export all of these models. Whew, that's a lot. That is a lot. Maybe that's what we're gonna do next. Unknown height map format 12. I don't know what to do with this. Cool. All right. So thanks everybody for watching. We'll continue this next time, whatever next time might be. And cool. Get the ball rolling.